Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations, Episode 5, Bridge to the Turnabout. We have finished part 1 and 2 of our investigation, I think it was, and 1 and 2 of the trial. Last episode, we concluded that we need to do more investigation, so we're gonna be starting to investigate more. So let's get to investigating. Oh no, not Hottie Clinic again. I'm still up at this hour reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor Mia Fey had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him, somehow. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak? Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Cough, 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 cough. Anyway, I read today's trial record. Oh, I read today's trial, rather. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shishitsu did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. Heh, that is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into, and that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or another. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Guess I should get moving, too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've got a lot of work to do on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ack, that's right. Maya is still stuck at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Yeah, no, he's horrible with earthquakes, I remember that. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write to Heavenly Hall on the post sign. I guess we're not really gonna get anything new just by staying here. Okay. You know what? Let's start at Heavenly Hall this time. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Lawrence? I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try later. Okay, wonder what his reaction to this would be, though. Look at this graffiti scrawled right on the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. Keep pressing escape instead of back. Alright. To the main hall, then. Come on, please, it's for art's sake, I swear. There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Ah! Enough. A fool's fool, fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, Ow. Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? Franzi, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick, tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Ah! Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh. Just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna give you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past, Phoenix, right? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we met? I'm Francesca von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Francesca was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know? He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but... She's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow! No smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only, to pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know. Where is some Cold Killer X? Phoenix definitely needs some right now. Hopefully it's not poisoned this time, though. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence and every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did make it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge? Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought on my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Yeah, we have two testimonies kinda not... Well, two contradicting testimonies. Maya could probably clear that up for us, though. Oh, thank you for the follow, Nancy. Oh, I usually post my schedule on Twitter and sometimes also on Instagram. I also have it on TikTok in full. It usually has the month schedule and then all the weekly schedules for that month that have the times when I start. I also have the times on my About page on Twitch under schedule. I also have a Discord if you want to join it. It's in my bio. Ma. That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My. I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Waha. Waha. Ma. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, There's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl. You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls, she's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Well, didn't Elise tell you about it before she died? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. Or at least I was until this morning. I don't see any psyche locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that mind testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet the training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. Oh, lost connection for a little bit. Okay, we seem to be back. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Nah, please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements or for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little bit more about the victim, Miss Elise Dextum. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size or her bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she isn't here for a spiritual training. My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise is here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again. Sister Bikini, I notice you always refer to Miss Dextum as Mystic Elise. Oh. Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Does she want to lie about her age that much? It seems like Miss Elise Dextum was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Dextum on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man. My head's throbbing so bad, it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Dexter on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? Hopefully not. According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where pearls could be. She just has to be there. Yeah, what if she just went after Maya? And both of them are just on the other side of the bridge. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. Alright, anywhere else to move? Oh, courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Maybe. The Shishitsu is there in Mystic Ami's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Probably. Oh, oops. Miss Dextam's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere next to the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? Who knows? The main gate's on the other side of the stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's how also the height of the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Dexam was pushed from the top of the wall? That's not something we've totally thought of yet. They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Just a moment. There we go. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's gotta be for Bikini's old personal entertainment. Maybe. I don't know. Not seeing anything new. That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It sits kind of funny because it's built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms above me are on the ground floor. Apparently Miss Dextam was staying in the corner room. I guess that's where she was pushed from that night. Is there anything else? I don't see anything else. There's a few of these stone lanterns scattered in this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here. Okay, I feel like that's kinda... yeah, we kinda looked at everything. Oh my god. That startled me for a second. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderably loud yell? So this is where you've been. Keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective! Have you finished your prayer? The bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I... Ah! It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Miss Von Karma! Poor Gumshoe. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to do. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris, what are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence. I, Francesca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Well, we need to make sure Maya's okay, so it really doesn't matter right now. Whoops. Actually, what did they do with... Okay, that's not a horrible way to repair the bridge, I guess. It's at least usable and safe enough. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick. That voice. Pearl! Pearls. Mr. Nick. Mr. Nick! So you were here ever since that night? I was so lonely, I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning, I saw that Dusky Bridge was gone. I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very tiring for you, little girl. Ah, I'm Francesca Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, and you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls. Weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Wow, Mystic Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I've finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different than 2 days ago. Look at all the Buddha statues lined along this path. Phoenix Wright, did you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? I don't know what. I think I will. Or, you know what I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. What's this thing? I don't think I noticed that before. Phoenix Wright? What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know? Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that is used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to it, this one, probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. You never know. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything. There's a weird smell coming from the incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Francesca von Karma? I seem to remember. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's imperative to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. What else looks amiss? Most things here look just the same. But we'll look at everything anyway. The sign says Inner Temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright. She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? This must be the door that leads to the Inner Temple, where Maya Fey is training on the night of the murder. Yes, that's a solitary room. They're called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix, right? Yow! You're completely out of shape. Nah. I don't know how much more of this woman I can take. Yeah, he's sick. Give him a break. Alright. That didn't used to have a lock on it, did it? Or chains. And what happened to the poster? Or not the poster, the scroll. The scroll with, Mystic, oh, what's her name? Maya's mom. We'll just say that for now. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya. She was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. To be fair, they keep talking about these hoods to protect, like, acolytes and stuff. To protect them from demons. So it feels like Maya should have had one of those. Yet I don't think she ever did. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. Oh, that's for sure. That's for certain. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix, right? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... a woman. I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? The scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes. There's one appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So, when you run out of paint, your Americans use gravy as a substitute? I see. No one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Misty. Right. Misty Faye's image is skirted by gravy. The scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the crane channeling technique. But why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost like if they're guarding something inside the cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psyche lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought you've never imagined to get here faster than this. Mr. Wright. What are you doing here? I thought you dropped this case. Well, to be fair, what's said that he probably dropped this case because Phoenix wasn't on it, and now he is again, so... Well, I guess you and Von Karma have to fight for the prosecutor spot now. But Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha! I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so... I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with, the importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough, I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Wright? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Ha, well... I guess I owe you one thing. I owe you one then. But can you go now, Princess? It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Philly. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. Ugh. I'm not liking Godot anymore. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright. What are you hitting me for? Ha. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Wright. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger or is it sorrow? Interesting. Oh, just a moment. Alright. Just had to answer a phone call. Why didn't you show? You had more important business and that's why you weren't in the courtroom, huh? So, what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Wright, I've experienced something most have not, death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, you mean that mask you wear is... This ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my enlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn out piece of junk on my body going with regular surfacing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trey, you. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trey? Can't undo. Earlier, you said you've done something I can never undo. What exactly did you mean by that? The inner temple here is the side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trey, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of the Dusky Bridge. How? Huh? But that's impossible. She's here that night, and this is giving me shivers. I wouldn't say it again. I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where's that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched the cavern yet, huh? But aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she's in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No. Which means, Trey, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! Is that the situation? Why aren't you in there with the search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trey, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me. And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. That wasn't because of Phoenix. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murder was caught. But that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher? Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trey. You robbed her of your life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death, no. Tell me more about this trick lock. What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has also been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock would, well, let's just say the inner temple in the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well, then I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key. Ha! Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole. That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? Then an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern. And attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in here. Sister Bikini did mention a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only one who can open this lock. I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place that she could be. You'd better start praying. You better pray that that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth. Listen up, Wright. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Okay, Mr. Mysterious. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Let's go back to Bikini and question her a bit. I don't know, should I? Or shouldn't I? Sounds like somebody's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Oh, hey Gumshoe. Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? But please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So, what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So, what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't that normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? I'd say so. Of course, what else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Yeah, too bad he left in such a hurry. Well, this looks interesting. Oh, it looks like Maya's written on there. That's suspicious. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. A strange feeling, forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? Von Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... Sorry, Gumshoe. So, how's the Inner Temple investigation going? So, we have the best forensic team in the world working in the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of the scientific study? Nothing, scientifically speaking. The place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got there, so... That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So, I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. What do you know about Maya? About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on the side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth. He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door to the Sacred Cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You've spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Whose blood is it? Maya, so those letters are written in blood? Yeah, what's worse is it's the victim's blood. Great! Huh? This is mixed Dexnum's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Well, at least that proves that she was on this side of the bridge at some point. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? Actually, I don't know. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Oh boy, what was the answer? Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Okay, yeah, I don't think so. Ahem, anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Dexnum wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking, that's impossible. From the writing on the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Dexnum's murder. At least that's our current theory of how the events took place, pal. What? And you told me not to enter here? What the heck? So Miss Dexnum was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was that? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer no. But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, But that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and the men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. Nah. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. Well, no. If that really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. I want to look around a little bit more before we go talk to Bikini again. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh, yeah. There's something I need to tell you, just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of this local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouthguard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. That's not relevant to the investigation, Gumshoe. Is that it? That's it. Gah! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although, I can't even begin to imagine what reason it could be. What's over here? There's a charm or something poking out of the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Dexton? Yeah, there was broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to get some very big answers. Karain Master's talisman, worn by Elise Dexton, found in the garden of the Inner Temple. What's this thing? A little lantern, a little statue. It is a certain quaint little gardener. What is the huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. And the ice in the bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, you broke it open when you were thinking about cleaning off Maya's name of the thing, didn't you? I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kinda sleepy. Next time you're sleepy, you need to only come to me, got it? Oh, Gumshoe. Okay, what else is there? There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recently are we talking? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything else. Let's get moving. Want to question Bikini more. Oh, whoops. It seems you have a visitor. Oh, you're already here. Mr. Wright? Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple tower. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, right? Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright. But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now, excuse us. Oh, God damn it. Fine. Ack! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix, right? Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Alright. Oh good, she's still here. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix, Wright? What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two. How have you been doing? Waha, waha, From the sounds of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? Definitely. It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear. It's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ack! Oh yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who've said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shell to shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix, Wright? Sure. She was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psyche locks of hers. Already? Okay. There's nothing else. Yeah, there's nothing else to talk about. Alright. It seemed a little bit early to me, but I guess we can do that now. Oh boy. So many. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Dextum had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Dextam's true identity. True identity? Oh, the talisman? Miss Dextam had this charm with her at all times. Ka, where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Dextam really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Dextam's true identity. True identity? What could that be? I either want to go for the staff or the scroll. Wait a minute. Wait. Crane Master's talisman. Misty was the Crane Master. Was she Misty Faye the whole time? That's just mind-blowing. The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But the scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. And the very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah, this crest is reserved for the master of Karain. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Faye's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Faye's sole successor. Misty? Oh. Okay, that was easy enough. I thought there was way more to that. Then again, it is kind of a mind-blowing revelation, so... Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with the mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Karain talisman is the symbol of the master of Karain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death. So, Elise Dextam was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the Karain channeling technique. This is crazy. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... an earthquake. Maya, oh no! What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! And also poor Edgeworth! Oh no. Oh my goodness, the inner temple. This kind of tremor might... The inner temple. The sacred cavern in the training hall might very well cave in. What? Maya! Okay, we need to run there. I don't care what Edgeworth said. It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come now, let's go. Let's go as fast as possible. We've got to hurry to the inner temple and... Right. Ah, what are you doing here? Good. How could I have... Edgeworth, what the heck? What the hell happened? How did you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No! The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Okay, Iris got away. But what about Maya? Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? Oh my goodness. So... It was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's only... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? Definitely does. That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to the side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now, and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. What was she thinking about running? It's just gonna get her more in trouble. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? Because Maya's in there! The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were in with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Alright. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. Thank God. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. Huh? Oh my... Why is there even more locks now? How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris. Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? What the hell's happening? Okay, investigation part 2. Starto. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these all at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. But I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk, your face is all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. That's not really getting some rest, but okay. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake, and we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was to see the sacred cavern was alright, but what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... You know what? I blame Godot. He should have been guarding in the area. Who in the world would do something like this? I don't know. These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the locks can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Francesca von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means there's someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably, because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if we went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take some time, won't it? Yes, about a day, if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, it's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. I'm sure she's already called on it. The night of the crime. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix, right? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen at the same evening at the inner temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the inner temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. As expected, I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Well, I'll leave you alone for now, I guess. Alright. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Alright, well, let's start with the garden. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter, mutter. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth. Ah. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get it over with. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look at something concerning Iris? Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. What was the something terrible? You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Yeah, but she wouldn't kill her own mother, like, that's crazy talk. Right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though, thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little kids in that same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, we all know the story. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen, and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you choose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of the self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in the court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on, and I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago. It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be a crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. Also, doesn't Phoenix already realize who it was? The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. Okay. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Huh. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's completely related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Okay. So, do I just present Iris, then? Apparently Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me. Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he's found. Okay, so I guess I can't get any information out of him right now. Yeah, no. Okay, well, that should be it with Edgeworth then. I think. Let me just see, who else can I present? Doesn't look like anyone else. Yeah, okay. Let's move on for now. I think we should start heading back. Maybe we'll stop at Heavenly Hall on our way back, just since it's on the way there. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check on the shack, just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Okay. Let's talk to Larry if he's there. Oh, Pearls! Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser's shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? We got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Lawrence did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Poor Pearl. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Heh, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life here now, with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, somebody appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew like that night. But Mr. Lawrence... Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have the choice but to take the sketch at face value. Hey, what's that look of doubt on your face? Okay, tell me about the night of the crime then. Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm not sure, it doesn't really matter what I was doing. Does it, Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dexam's room, reading a book together. But Miss Dexam was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. More psyche locks. 5. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. Being punished? What do you mean? What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. What? What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? Maya doesn't know Elise was her mother. Yeah, well, we just found that out pretty recently, so I guess she wouldn't know. It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Wah! Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Wah! Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her psyche locks to get the truth out of her. Alright. Well, I think that's all we can do here. Let's head to the main hall. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Maybe? Oh. She still looks quite frightened. Well, what's the damage? How's the Sacred Cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Crane tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been wanting to talk with you about, Sister. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Crane disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise, no, I mean Mystic Misty, arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them." Okay. Plot thickens. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There is only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Korean, and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Makes me wonder if Pearl's mother is still in prison or not. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the mask case, during Maggie Bird's trial too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Korean technique has been a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, don't you think? Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Ho ho ho, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. Is that why Misty went into hiding then? All because of that incident. That incident. Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. Everything always leads back to that DL6 incident. The DL6 incident. I knew it. Every time. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. Yep. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Though Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of the certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, He was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery? In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Crane tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of the Crane village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's power were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Crane tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? Well, this is why we have to save her so badly, or the main line's gone forever. The spiritual power of the Crane channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to commune with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women of the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the case of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. As a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Maya got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mother and her aunt. That's right. Mystic Misty had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Yep, we put her in prison. Morgan. There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. Yep, pearls. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter? I thought she only had one daughter, Pearls. Okay then. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh. Yes, Pearls. Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest, that child. She's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. 3? Who's the third? Wait, what? The 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Oh. So, Dahlia isn't... Dahlia isn't Iris. It's her twin, which was another theory of mine. Of course, since Dahlia's still in prison, or should be. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low, when Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master. He left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. Oh, I see. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know? In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. That's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Isn't it obvious, though? Like, it should be the most obvious to Phoenix. Out of everyone. Like, why hasn't he figured it out yet? Does he just not want to believe it or something? Thank you. Thank you very much. You helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. And even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. I see. So Pearl is Dahlia's and Iris's half-sister. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris had a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get more info. I wonder if Pearl knows that she has 2 sisters. Well, let's go to the courtyard for now and then I'll circle back and talk to Pearls. Sounds like someone's unhappy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room of Quran. Whoop. I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cause, good cases we have, good cases we've lost, all the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be all airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So, what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I've made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promise I could find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? Yep, it definitely did. I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. A letter? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter. Can you show me the letter? Just in case. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I found is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. That's a clue! The incinerator. I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Gumshoe, give! Now! There was snow on the incinerator when I last saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means somebody used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. I bet it has a lot of relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Burnt letter found by Gumshoe in the inner temple incinerator. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I'd better give it a good look over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. I'm not throwing it out. I'm gonna read it. So, how's the investigating going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess I can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What, you mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in the sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? So, what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, if it wasn't the Shitsutsu that was found impaled in the victim's body, Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, the man. It is tiring work, but let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. I've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? Well, I'm good at thinking scientifically. Alright. The murder weapon was a sword, correct? Swords are scientifically speaking made of metal, correct? Right? Also correct. Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So, what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Raise your hand, chat. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? You know, let's play the forensics expert. It'll be fun. Come on, pal. It's for fun, I'm telling you. Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you could make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off of it. Oh, brother. Oh, bother. So, now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Gumshoe, you already lent me the metal detector in a previous case. I know how to use it. Sure, that's what we're trying to figure out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of a metal detector signaling bouncing off. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit. And what happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects. Take a look at everything and anything, and okay. Alright. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. Also, of course, made out of metal. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. Why does this conversation keep coming up every time we find a ladder? I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. I don't think so. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Well, then almost every single vegetable is the same then. Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy. In front of me. Alright, let's see. That's odd. This sled is made out of plastic. It says bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something underneath. Hey, what's this? A badge? Huh. I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know, I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear anymore. Yeah, I already think I know what happened. Hey, I found a dollar coin. Huh? Money? If you find money, you have to turn it into the police or a detective. If the owner doesn't come forward within 6 months, you gotta keep 10%. The other 90% goes to to the police department. Don't get so close to me, detective. Give me some space, will you? Here's the coin. Happy? I definitely made the right decision becoming a detective. Yikes, talk about a serious case of denial. Alright, what else is there? That Shishitsu next to the gold statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Hey, I know, I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I have heard this many a time. Even in a previous case. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. Okay, I think we've already had this conversation. This is Miss Dexam's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reading to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood are airtight. I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it's made... It might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of the metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... Axe! The top is coming off. Look what you've done! You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! Oh, it's a hidden sword. That's a sword inside the staff. Could it be? The murder weapon! I never had guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. Yep. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword. Or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. Yeah, let's not think too much into Gumshoe's mind. If the real scene of the crime was the Inner Temple Garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe? Who knows about this hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as I say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there's any traces of blood on it. Then I guess it isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shizitsu, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. See you later, Gumshoe. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm pretty busy right now, you know? You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? Yeah, I don't get what Phoenix is... I don't get his line of thinking here. I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think Maya's been murdered? Please, detective. let's just wait until we can get into the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, okay. Just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay. Now, take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of the mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when we find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Does he mean he'll take us there, or does he mean we're taking him there and we're gonna have to pay for him? Knowing Gumshoe, I think it's the latter. Has a sword hidden inside. No one knows except me and Detective Gumshoe. I can't help but wonder, though, what else Elise Dexam doing with a staff like this in the first place? Yeah. Alright, well, let's go back to the main hall. I think we already talked to Bikini about everything we need to talk to her about. So, let's go see if we can talk to Pearl. See if we can tell her that she has a couple sisters that she didn't know about. Or maybe she does know about them. I don't know at this point. I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. Oh, they're not even here anymore. I suppose I'll have to check back later. Alright, well, let's go see the progress that Edgeworth has had with the garden so far. And then we'll check on the locks. Let's see. Can we present anything new? This all looks the same. Morgan Fay's daughter and Iris' twin sister. Her father deals in jewelry. Oh, right. Edgeworth was talking about, like, a father in jewelry, so we should probably present this to him. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Flaws, right? Right, I remember that case. You know about that case. You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Maya's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was the key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Flaws conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. Everything's just all connecting together, is it? they stole a jewel worth $2 million from Delilah's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. So that must have been a half-sister as well. Her sister. Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Delilah's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. Well, at least Iris seems to be nicer than her sister. So after Terry Flaws died, what happened to Delilah? Or Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? She's not dead, she's in prison. Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean? What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right, I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Or Mia Fey, sorry. Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. Maybe she was. It's not like she had one of those demon protecting hoods. And she must have had some power to commune with the dead, I would think. Huh. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Jeez. I didn't expect her to be executed. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected to this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead, but there's a way to commune with them. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. Did you just say Crane channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Yes, we all know. So many flashbacks with Edgeworth lately. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a famous spirit medium and a master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. Her and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file, and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was a victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. But then, you'll see that the crane channeling technique is real. Alright. Yeah, I guess that's it for Edgeworth for now. Let's go check their progress on the locks. Doesn't look like any progress has been made. Well, that's not great. I wonder if I can do the Megatama now. Let's try it. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at the Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Well, that would have been Bikini. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to the Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So, you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early, so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but line doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say just doesn't add up with this. Okay, left at 9:40 p.m. What did she say with okay, so it was snowing. Was it this one? Yeah, she needed to ring the bell. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. You were at Hazakura Temple, you were at the inner temple, there were 2 of you. Well, I guess the only answer to that is that there were two of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in two different places at the same time, which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible, I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Gulp. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves that there's more than one of me. Well, you had a twin. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You had a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. Ah! That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? Oh, I think I know what's going on. Did Pearl call Dahlia and pretend to be Iris at the channeling chamber or something? The second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo. A training ground for the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone challenged Dahlia's spirit and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah! I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd be spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month, just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw in the inner temple on the night of the murder? It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? But because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept. I may be found guilty, it's the only way. What is she talking about? What betrayal? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? I knew it was the same bridge. That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Steal $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What revenge? Actually, now that she mentions it, I remember Dahlia saying that she did it for revenge, didn't she? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch and the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that of the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. That's awful. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her, she took over the master of Khura'in. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Khura'in tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. I feel like we're starting to just go through the same thing over and over again. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm just like, get to the point already. Our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here, to the Hazakura Temple. Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in this new family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I finally begin to see the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in the capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything's related to it, goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned the lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. Poor Phoenix. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix, Wright. There is still much to investigate. Leave those locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl. Pearl's psyche lock. I swear, it always comes down to Pearl. Alright. She should be back to Heavenly Hall with Larry by this point, I would think. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in the front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ha, you're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearl is hiding. Alright, let's do this. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dextam's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But what, Pearl? I couldn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried Oh, whoops. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Dextam's room. Well, I think that much was clear to us, because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? The Inner Temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? When the next question is, who and what were you so worried about? Now, I'm gonna take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is because you were worried about Maya. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for the special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one of those you channel. Wahahoho. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find how she was doing in the Inner Temple. 1 down. 4 more to go. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 3:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow so I didn't get there until 10 o'clock. Until after 10. How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple's bell pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls. Why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. What was she worried about? Well, it must have been like a signal. Since it's from Iris, maybe it was a... Oh, wait. Maybe it was a signal to burn the letter. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Ah! Where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me, no. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section of it's still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? taking into account the author of the note and their purpose of writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink. No. I'd never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So, here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Well, that was Iris. This is the person who wrote the instructions, isn't it, Pearls? You must have a lot of faith in them to follow their instructions to a T. I have a lot of faith in you, Mr. Nick. Oh, thanks. But I don't think I can trust you anymore. Oh, it wasn't Iris. Then who was it? Could trust, no questions asked. There can't be many candidates for that post. However, it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of. So they needed to know about Dahlia. But they also need to have Pearl's complete trust. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Well, I feel like it would have had to be in her own family, so... My second guess would have been Morgan Fay. Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Badump. But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The only person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Wow. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. Nah. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it! However, I do know that whoever did, it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you had been given, but you misunderstood some words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Oh, it was the scroll covered in gravy, right? It was you who splattered gravy on the scroll, wasn't it? Ah! Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written on that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? Right, she was showing Misty, who she didn't know was Misty at the time, the letter and being like, how do you read this word? And she's like, gravely. And then it's like, how do you read this word? And she said, roast. And Phoenix was wondering what the heck they were reading. Like, what heck storybook had those words in it? Do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Mix Dextham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Ha ha ha. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise. So, for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Mixed Dextham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. No, Pearl, you're not useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. To be fair, all that she asked you to do was all stuff that you shouldn't have been doing in the first place. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the secret cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Crane, like it said in the letter. I see, and then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed there. I was and prayed for her to get through it. And then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? Larry, you're not part of this conversation. Stay out of it, please. Probably don't even understand what's going on. I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and left off some steam by chucking the gravy at the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something to trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it happened. I tried and tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else is already channeling the same spirit. Someone else. What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Maya, maybe? Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me the time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. And the police didn't do anything when they overheard this? Like, come on now. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so I had to be good for her, too. Actually, it was the complete opposite, but sure. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time, pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if somebody already opened it once before. Oh, maybe... Do you think Maya came across the letter already? And she was already trying to do what the letter said or something like that? Or at least saw the picture? That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Burnt letter. Orders from Morgan Fay opened once before. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Well, she's watching over you, not Maya. Look at that innocent smile on her face. Yeah. So innocent. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Finally figured it out. Excuse me. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully obvious is. Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, right? Just like it's your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I don't think any of this was Phoenix's fault. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha! What did I say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. But how could he have not been oblivious? Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. That we will. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Nick. I hope he's right. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Ooh. Alright. Well, from what I've seen, the trial is broken up into 3 parts, and I think we have just enough time to do the first part before I end stream. So, let's get on with that so we don't run out of time. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please excuse me. Please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed in the inner temple. Oh, I see. So, is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be in here in court. Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kinda strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francesca von Karma? What are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francesca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francesca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Alright. So we need to hold down the fort for 3 hours. Got it. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You've not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest of your capable hands, partner. Thanks. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Elise Dextum... No, I mean Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Oh, Phoenix is already swallowing bullets. Great. Your Honor, what are you... Who? Me? Actually, yeah, why is there's a different judge, there's a different defense attorney, there's a different prosecutor. Is this even the same case at this point? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers early this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Well, I guess that answers the question of where Phoenix's cold went to. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So, they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Well, you'll have to update him once this is all over. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So, then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't you discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Alright. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Kinda sounds like it now. Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court, and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be, in this case, it's to murder. So she took the body and desecrated after Elise died. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Grr, that Godot. So this is the confession we were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Those crimes, whose crimes were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. Nah. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurain channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Please don't tell me Maya's on trial for murder again. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you knew the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya would never do... The defense will retain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I have no idea what's happening anymore. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver the final strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Okay. So, it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Exactly. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver the final strike. That's the weirdest sentence, I feel. All the sentences are weird, and I feel like I should question everything, but that's the weirdest by far. She moved in to deliver a final strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Dexnam tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Huh. We can't say anything about the staff sword yet, though. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do you have a problem with Iris's testimony? Definitely. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to your testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Nuh. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver the final strike. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Well, she definitely... Well, ignoring the dagger part, because we can't say anything about the sword cane yet. She definitely didn't throw her staff away. Because we found it in the crime scene. I guess the only thing I can really... Yeah, the only thing I can present would be the cane sword itself, but... Okay, hopefully this doesn't go wrong. Sister Iris? There's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dexam throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do if a staff has hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but... Oh, are we just outright saying that it was a sword cane? The victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! If Elise Dexam really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trait. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Yeah, she had to have known Maya was her own daughter. She wouldn't have attacked her. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dexam would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Let's see. Would I just do that? Elise Dexam would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dexam. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No, not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Deadly serious. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Is Elise Dexam actually the great Misty Fey? Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her own daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years? Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness' testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing to this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Ha, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate, sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. There was a knife, and it has blood on it. Is that the dagger the witness testified seen? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it. If you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. This isn't good. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. Oh. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women? this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you just say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I don't think he keeps track. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test is performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Should we give them the sword as well? Now then, the testimony we're just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Well, this isn't looking good for us. Cute girls never lie, ever. Well, that's just not right. That's just false. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About that, Your Honor. About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack, and stole her weapon. After Mystic Elise saw the one on the defense, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Maya managed to fling the knife away, and then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Possible. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Alright. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed. That one seems a little suspicious to me. Want to look at the autopsy report again. Cause loss of blood, then stabbed in the back. But her back was to the lamp, so that definitely couldn't have happened. Also, there wasn't really any blood at that crime scene other than Maya's name written in blood. So, if she was stabbed, there would be a lot more blood because it would have had to be pulled out to be put in the tree. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? I wonder if this is even Iris, or if she's channeling her sister right now. Interesting hypothesis I just had. I'll keep it in mind. According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's correct. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah! This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah! What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha! It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back, if you get my drift. You mean we all have a cover that we're hiding behind? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim who was stabbed in the stomach? It does seem pretty far-fetched. There certainly does seem to be inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura Temple has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what the stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern. Why is that? Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's it. What about the torches surrounding the stone lantern that we saw and that were still warm? Most enlightening. Yes, that illumination fact has caused all the contradictions anyway. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Order, order, order. Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Stone lantern. A lantern from the inner temple was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge sitting there with the look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? Did Godot not know about it either? It says my upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing on that stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was drained from her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. What are you talking about? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Oh, so he just can't see it. Why can't he see it, though? So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow, I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Dextham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn your attention to you. Yes, sir? After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Alright. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean technique tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to the Hazakura temple. I used the shititsu to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. And even so, I never imagined that Elise Dextham's was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe we're looking for twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the crane tradition. I don't know why I keep saying technician when I say I see tradition. Oh well. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel to Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Of course. About the snowmobile or about the tracks? I feel like we know all there is to know about the snowmobile. Let's ask about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at today's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, I had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? I think it's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Alright. I used the shishitsu to alter the way the wound looked. Then I used the snowmobile. Okay. I dragged it behind me all the way across the Dusky Bridge. Would she be able to do that? She's quite small. Do you have any evidence that supports that? Let's see. Might as well look at that again. Snow 7 to 10:50. Lightning 10 to 11. Okay. Actually, that's a good point. It was snowing. That would have made it even harder for her to carry her across. Let's try it. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at the time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. Well, that also proves that that wasn't possible. Well, I say she couldn't have carried Elise because she's so small, but some small people are pretty strong, so I guess that wouldn't have proved anything. But the weather and the fact that the bridge was on fire, at least disproves it. The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It still looks like wait, it looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? What do you mean it doesn't mean squat? It means a lot. The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Well, yes, but it's kind of harder to find the truth if she's still gonna keep lying again and again. Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Lise Dexum was discovered in Hazakura Temple Courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elisa's Dexum's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to, You're running out of excuses for her, aren't you? If you're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little trick. Well, she flew. It sounds completely unbelievable and ridiculous. But, like, she flew in Larry's sketch, so maybe it isn't as unbelievable as we thought it was. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ack! Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that in your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? I hope so. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. When the snow's still falling, or had it stopped, does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? That didn't explain anything. So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Could she have maybe used the suspension wire that snapped, though? Or maybe it didn't even snap. That's interesting. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Dusky Bridge photo, taken the morning after the crime. Alright, unless I can do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Try it. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Got it. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Actually, what am I doing? I should just present Larry's picture here. Here you go. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing it's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elisis Dextam's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Lawrence Dextam. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using the pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Trey, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does the sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. And I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're not trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Sketch upside down? Why did Godot say that? Turn the sketch upside down. Turn it upside down and it's not like she was flying. She was swung across the bottom with the, With the rope they're saying that snapped, then. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. Oh, and it would make sense because Larry just woke up and he was like the picture literally shows him putting his head back. So he would have seen everything upside down. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. Yeah, and even if you see the supports, they were always attached to the bottom of the bridge. But in this picture it looks like the top. So yeah, it just needs to be flipped. The sketch drawn by Lawrence Dexham is exactly what happened. Or wait, no, not a contradiction, because it's not, we're not looking at it correctly yet. Whoops. That's okay. We'll go back. I'll take the... That's okay. Alright. Let's try this again. Okay, let's get back to where we were. Okay. Complete contradiction, because it's technically the opposite of what happened. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, it's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lawrence Dexham stated it over and over, that the sketch is what exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe this testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing again. Okay, Trey, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Well, the body flying, duh. This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Mr. Wright, that answer just now. It was lethal. Wait, what? Okay, okay, then it's not... Let me point to something else then. Your Honor, please give me one more chance. I'm in a tight spot now. What I'm really needing to do is turn this case upside down. So it's time for me to flip things around and get them straight again. Do you know what you're saying this time? Lawrence Dexham stated it over and over. This sketch was exactly how he saw it. However, if we're to believe this testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Okay. Well, we know one of the suspension ropes was broken. But in the picture, they're both intact. So we just have to figure out which one is broken, and by... The way we're gonna do that is look at it upside down. Okay, let's look at it upside down. Okay, it should be the wire on the left then. That one should be broken. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? Yeah, because it was broken. It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly contradicts with. Alright, show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Well, it's literally the photo you just gave me. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires seem to be above the guard wires. But in the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jeho's fat. The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Lawrence, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Lawrence was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and he finally had laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Lawrence must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! No way. Lawrence Dexham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Lawrence Dexham's sketch is like this. Exactly. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, but it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. A pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's talk about this for a moment, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. Not necessarily. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create the pendulum? Again, the photo. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. Exactly. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose of its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise's Dexam's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ha! He's going crazy, chat! Mr. Godot. Nope, still going crazy. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Currently, yeah. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? The autopsy report. She fell 10 feet after death. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, what was the spot where the criminal? Yes, precisely. Now, let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from the point here, it would have dropped on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says there that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, her crystal sphere was knocked loose. That makes a lot of sense. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Dexam's staff. But even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it was already marked on this overhead map. The crystal sphere was found. Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright? I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? Well, at least it wasn't steaming hot coffee like it usually is. What was the dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite? But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. Oh, the smell of the dead body? The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you said, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. Oh, well that has nothing to do with scent. An accomplice. The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Wait a minute. Maybe Iris truly was at the training grounds. And the Iris we've been talking to the whole time is actually Maya. Still as Delilah or Dahlia. And that because Pearl said she didn't even just call her that night. She said she called her the day after. And she hasn't really stopped trying to call her, and she hasn't been able to. So I think it's actually Dahlia. Well, Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say. It's funny how you get the right question thrown at you, and you realize what's actually happening. That aroma just now. It smelled of sulfur. Perhaps it was your chances of winning Rod- No. Okay. Then it was Iris, and I'm just thinking of crazy stuff. That or I am on the right track and they just want me to say Iris first and then it'll turn out to be Dahlia. Either way, let's say, can't save. Great. Alright, let's go with Iris this time and hope that I don't get a penalty. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah, but I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad luck, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be possible for you to be clueless about the whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Okay, I was on the right track, I just came to the conclusion a little bit too early. How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean that this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Her sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data of Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand, after all. The blood of the master of the Crane channeling technique flows within that body. The Crane channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. Which is why you made the point of saying that you couldn't channel. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeling by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written here, in these instructions. Ah, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, Namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? And how do you know that? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini and Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to a lightning strike. It was later than the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we can confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakir Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia? There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Sorry, Edgeworth, I might be putting you under the bus. Or throwing you under the bus right now. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Sorry, Edgeworth. I know you're already feeling really guilty about it. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris is already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough. Already, Mr. Wright? Now, see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of... Be quiet. Finally. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. Ha. So, you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Alright, I think I'm gonna end stream here, guys. Hope you've been enjoying the trial so far. I do seem to be a bit more busier tomorrow than I assumed I would be. So I think we'll be finishing this trial tonight at 8 p.m. CST instead of tomorrow night. If that's okay with you guys, and I'll see you then. Stay for the raid if you want, and I'll see you guys later. Bye!